Okay. Welcome everybody to the 6th annual Temple Bethel Jewish Meditation Retreat. For those of you who have been on retreats with us before, you know that our custom has been to spend the weekend away, first at the Pali Retreat Center up in Arrowhead, and then to Brandeis Bardeen up in Simi Valley in Los Angeles. And this last year, because of the pandemic, we shifted to a day-long online retreat just like this one. And surprisingly enough, it was a very rewarding experience for everybody. And I'm looking forward to another really beautiful day together. And what I'd like for us to begin is I'm just gonna have the chat open for this beginning part, and then I'm gonna set it so that people can only communicate directly with me or with Ellen Prince as the co-host, who will just help out with any technical things. But other than that, we're not gonna have the chat because our experience is gonna be more of an inward one today. So, but just to start, before we shut off the chat, would like to invite you to take a moment to consider what you are hoping to get out of today. What is bringing you here for this, to create this time? It's a big commitment to go ahead and say, I'm gonna spend 6 hours and I'm gonna create the space within my own home without going away. What is it that you're hoping to get out of it? What is it that that you are coming to this retreat with? So go ahead and take a moment and just write those things in the chat. And I'll just read things as it comes. Inner peace, being held in unison with my temple family. Beautiful. Ways to better manage stress. Good. Calming introspection, a period of calm and focus, peacefulness, connectedness with my inner self and fellow humans. Turn it over to Hashem and trust it's all okay. Deeper spiritual connection. Reinvigorate my practice for the new year. Better contact with God. Sit in the moment, be present, have my thoughts be still. Any other ones? Regaining the ability to look inside in shalva, in tranquility. Grateful to hear my voice and to reconnect with the infinite majesty of God and our people. To connect. Okay, beautiful. All right. Reflection, lot owed reflection, not sure what that is, but all of what the members have said, but I also want to experience this meditation. I've never participated before. Thank you. So a few words about the day before we get started. And I'm just gonna change this for a moment. So at this point, the chats will just go to myself. So you can sit back. So as we mentioned in some of the material, the welcome letter, this day is going to be most successful if a couple of criteria are met. And really what it is it's a challenge to do a retreat like this at home because there is so many things in our homes that pull our attention, whether they're other family members or whether they're the things on the computer or things to do. And so it really is to create the space for us to go deeply. There are a couple things that would be helpful. One, on your computer, make sure that the only things that are open are the Zoom call, the Zoom that we have here, and whatever documents that you need for the retreat. Other than that, make sure that your email client is shut off so you're not getting little pings of emails that are coming in during the retreat. Other things to distract you. If you are not, if it's possible for you to turn your phone onto a do not disturb, whether you turn it off or you silent it or you make it so that there's no notifications can come through. I understand that for some people, you may need to be available for some kind of an emergency if somebody were to need it. And if that is the case, totally understand, you know, keep it open. But if you're able to, I would shut it. The question, how do you close your email client? It's just whatever, it's just the app on your computer. So that your app on your computer, just make sure that if you have Apple Mail or Microsoft Outlook or any of those things, that it's not open, that it's closed. And you can do that through the little X at the corner of the screen, or I don't know what your computer is. So that's the first thing. So distractions, trying to clear out that space. If you have other people in your house with you, to be able, if you haven't already been able to share with them that you're engaging in a meditation retreat and you don't want to be bothered, you think that would be lovely. We'll in a moment after I'm finished, when we start our first meditation, if there's something that you need to communicate with somebody else, that would be a good time to do it. And the other piece is if there's anything about your space that you would like to do to make special. I'm in a moment going to light a candle. For me, just having a candle, we're not going to do any candle meditation where you gaze at the candle or anything like that. So it's not necessary, but it just, since I can spend time on my computer during the week doing everyday kind of stuff, lighting a candle and putting it here is a reminder that I'm in sacred space. And so I invite you to have something like that, and you'll have a moment in just a bit to get that if you'd like. The other thing was about going in and out, you know, during this retreat. I've talked to some of you beforehand, and I'm aware that not everybody is going to be able to stay for the full day, and that's fine. And what I want to ask, though, is to really to not go in and out. And the reason is even though you can have your camera off, and you can go in and out without disturbing anybody, and none of us will even know, it really is, it's really about your own practice. Every time you get up to deal with a distraction or get engaged in something else, it's almost like you start from square one again with the meditation. What our intention today is to be meditating every moment of the day until 4 o'clock. That doesn't mean necessarily sitting with our eyes closed every moment of the day till 4 o'clock. There's going to be a combination of, we have about 3 half-hour sitting meditation sets. We have 3 different movement kind of meditation things, Qigong moving meditation, a walking meditation, and some yoga later on. We have some learning, some Torah learning sections here. So it's a very varied day. But the idea is to stay present and aware with every moment of the day, even as we shift from sitting to moving to all of those things. So not going in and out will help you be able to stay present in that way. The other thing about is lying down. You know, some of us here are coming with some different physical challenges. And I want to say, if at any point you need to lie down, please do so. You can continue to meditate and be present with what's happening in whatever position you're in. So please feel free to, if you need to lie down and you can still listen and be present, do it. Do it. Take care of yourself in that way. If you're able to sit up, a good position while we're sitting in meditation is to have your spine straight. If you're able to, it kind of inspires wakefulness and attention. But you know, you should be in whatever is comfortable for you. Okay, I think that is the logistics. The other piece I'll just say is um, in our welcome letter, we invited you or encouraged you to have your lunch ready before the retreat started, so that you can just, when it's time for lunch, you can either just go warm it up or get it ready. We're going to be doing a lunch meditation and eating meditation, and I'll give about probably 5 to 8 minutes, maybe 8 to 10 minutes when it's lunchtime for us to go ahead and get our lunches and be able to come back and eat. So know that you'll have about 10 minutes to get your lunch. That's at 12:45 to bring it in front of you and then to be able to participate in the eating meditation. So I just want to let you know about that. And I think at this point, we are ready to go. Let me ask, before we start formally, one more thing. This meditation, with the exception of the questions and answers at the end of the day, this is going to be a silent day. And it's not, the only people who will be speaking will be myself and the others who are leading parts of the program. Chaim Lev will be doing a movement meditation. Chaya Lester from Jerusalem will be doing some Torah teaching. And my wife Ilana will be leading some yoga in the afternoon. But other than that, it will be the opportunity to be in silence and be able to be quiet and pay attention inside. And that's really an important part of this day. For those of you who have been on our meditation retreat, we spend almost all of Shabbat in silence, from about Friday evening after dinner all the way until late Saturday afternoon. And it's a machaya, it's a real gift. So we're going to give ourselves that gift today as well. Okay, before we launch into the silence in the program, is there anybody that has any questions about the logistics of the day, or something that would be helpful to know before you started? If so, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Can we have a glass of water next to us in case we get a little thirsty?
Yes, absolutely. Please have water. If you want to have coffee, you want to have whatever you need, drinking. Really, the whole idea with all of this is take care of yourself, take care of your body, take care of what you need on a physical level, please.
And then the other thing, I had asked about the pinging. Even when I have my email shut, I still get those pop-ups where it pings. Do you know how to turn that off?
It's, it's something that's in your notifications in your email in order to do it. But since I don't know what it is,
I don't either.
I'll just say, Lily, what you'll do at this point is let it be as it is. Don't worry about it, and we'll make it part of the meditation. Okay. Okay, great. Any other questions? All right. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and begin by lighting the candle. Oh yeah, and another thing that occurred around your pinging, Lily, and anybody else, all of us are going to be muted, so the pinging is just going to be for you, so you don't have to worry about it bothering anybody else. Okay. Let's start with a nigun. So this is a nigun melody that we're going to journey with throughout the retreat. It's been attributed to the Baal Shem Tov, the great spiritual master that really began this renaissance of Jewish spirituality in the 18th century. Want to invite you, as we'll sing it a bit through. So as soon as you have a sense of it, please sing in your own space. Nigun and singing and voice is really essential to this whole practice. It begins to bring us into a deeper state of mind. This nigun by the Baal Shem Tov is considered a devekut nigun, which devekut means being attached or glued to God. So it's considered a very special melody, just for meditation and deeper contemplation. Take a couple moments with your eyes closed to just feel the vibration of the chant, letting yourself open to this moment. So we're just going to spend a little bit of time um, doing an introduction to the practice of meditation in the Jewish tradition. I know that we are all here from lots of different experiences. Some of us, this is the first time really doing any kind of meditation. For others, we've had experiences here and there, some of us with meditation from other spiritual traditions. From some of us within Judaism. Some of us have been on meditation retreats before and done more sustained practice. And for some of us, doing more than a half an hour at a time is a new experience. So want to just kind of give us a common starting point. Jewish meditation and life from the Jewish perspective, especially from the mystical perspective, begins with the assumption that reality, that our very lives, inside us and all around us, is filled with infinite depth, infinite presence. God is not some concept or idea that's removed from us, but is the very fabric of reality, of every part of reality. And that infinite presence goes infinitely deep. That in this moment, what we perceive is primarily through our senses. Our five senses is a lot of the way that we relate to the world and experience our physical world and universe. We also have a whole mental world, emotional world, that we see the world out of and through, and that mental world of how we interpret the things that we experience in our senses is something that has been constructed and built over time since we were born, from early experiences all the way into more present day. And for a lot of us, we are interacting with the world, with this infinite reality of God, through a lens, through a mental lens that's filled with thoughts, that's constantly labeling and interpreting our experience moment to moment. It's how we function as human beings. But for many of us, for all of us, let's say, that our ability to be present for the infinite depth and God, divine nature of the universe and reality is very limited. It's very, very limited. We mostly perceive only the surface of reality, of what is possible. Occasionally, in different moments, we'll have what Abraham Maslow calls a peak experience, P-E-A-K, which is suddenly we have this sense of the bigger picture, a sense of that there's more to reality and to our lives than what we thought. My teacher, Rabbi David Zeller of blessed memory, calls it a peak experience, P-E-E-K, like peak, like the infinite world, as the Zohar says, is a garment. Our world is a garment to the infinite depth that's possible. And sometimes the curtains part for a moment, whether it's in a deep connection with another person or a beautiful sunset or time in nature, and suddenly we get a glimpse of the beauty and the depth that's possible. But that beauty and depth is always there. And so meditation becomes the practice of how do we be present with the divine presence in this moment, the aliveness of the world in this moment in a deeper way. So to guide us, I'm going to put this up in the screen. And this is also, my hope is that everyone was able to access the online folder that had all the documents we're using for the retreat. There's a schedule there, and there's different documents. The things that we'll be studying together, I will put up on the screen here so that we can look at them together. But you should know, if you haven't already accessed it or taken a look, that these documents are available to you. And what I would encourage, if you have not accessed that folder yet, to not worry about it, to just stay present with what we're doing here, and on your own time, you can re-access it. So the Kabbalists are Jewish mystics, really beginning in kind of 13th century and then being developed in kind of the later Hasidic spirituality, said that while they acknowledge that the divine reality that we are all a part of is infinite, to kind of draw a map of something that we could direct thought and intention into, they broke it up into 4 or 5 or 6 worlds. And we're just gonna focus on 4 worlds here. And these are not worlds that are separate from each other, but instead, these are worlds that are internesting and interpenetrating. So if you look at the first world, Asiya, this is the world, Asiya is the Hebrew word asa, which means to make or do, as in oseh shalom, making peace. And this is the world of the physical and the body. It's the world that we experience through the senses. And for many of us, this is, when we talk about the world, the olam, this is what we're talking about. But one of the very interesting things about the word olam, as some of you have heard me share before, is the word olam, spelled ayin, vav, lamed, and mem in Hebrew. That ayin, lamed, and mem has another meaning, a root meaning that it shares, which means hidden. Olam means hidden. So part of the nature, if we have an infinite reality and we say, I'm only perceiving part of this infinite reality, I'm perceiving the physical part, then that means that that line that I draw around the physical reality and say, this is what's real, is already hiding deeper dimensions. What makes a world an olam is the fact that it is hiding deeper aspect of reality. So if I go deeper into this moment and I pay closer attention to my breath, my body, the sounds around me, I start to, another dimension of reality starts to make itself known to me. And that dimension is called Yetzirah. It's the second row. Yetzirah is another name for creation, Yatzar, or as in you might be familiar with the prayer, Yotzer Or, the one, when we say, blessed are God, the one who forms light. Yetzirah, that world of formation, is actually the world of energy. Everything around us, all of us, is energy. We are, it is vibrating. And from a 6th grade physical science class, when we first learned about atoms, and we said an atom has a nucleus, a proton, a neutron, and then it has an electron that's buzzing around it, right? All of life made up of these atoms has a vibration to it. There is that electron that's buzzing around it. And so even though this desk I'm sitting at, this body that I'm in, feels very solid and very static, it is actually vibrating. Everything is filled with energy. And when I get very quiet, I can pay attention and I can notice the energy that is creation in myself, outside of myself. And when I'm noticing, when my consciousness is awake to that energy, I'm said to be in the world of Yetzirah. Yetzirah. If I go deeper and I pay even closer attention, I absorb myself in that sense of energy. And I start to notice and have a sense that there is thought behind the energy. that this moment, everything in this moment is not random, that it is part of a larger pattern, in the same way that a architect who wants to create a house draws up a blueprint and has a plan for what the house will eventually look like. Each moment that we are experiencing, moment by moment, is not just a random unfolding, but is actually part of a divine blueprint, is actually part of a larger mind that is bringing this world into being at every moment. And all of us are part of that divine mind. We participate in that. And when we engage in thought and intention, we are contributing to that aspect of Bria, another word for creation, like Bereshit bara Elohim, and God created the heavens and earth. It really, from a Kabbalistic perspective, that opening line of Genesis is God really not just created, but from a deep place of thought and intention created. So that level of Bria is beginning to have a sense that there is no randomness to this moment, that it is filled with purpose and intent. And again, that's not just a thought like how I'm expressing it right now, but it's almost the world of Bria, when our consciousness is there, it is as if we are seeing into a sense of pattern and connection. The other example that I'll give to just illustrate that is when we have these experiences of synchronicity, like we are thinking about somebody and they call, right? We're thinking about something and somebody, and then the phone rings and they call. And you can think, wow, that was amazing. I was just thinking of you. It seems so like a random coming together. But from a Kabbalistic perspective, it's not random at all. But there is a larger pattern in which us and the person who calls us are connected. And even though it appears to us that we are separate by time and space, maybe over many, many miles, the truth is that on a level of Bria, there is a larger pattern that connects us, that again, we think about them, we have the call, and we suddenly get this sense of, wow, that was amazing. It's another peak experience. We go deeper into that sense of purpose, and we begin to notice that there is a presence, there is a one, a being, the ultimate being that is thinking all of this into moment by moment. And that is presence. That is the sense of, not only is this moment filled with energy, not only is this moment intentional and purposeful, but there is the one, there is God, that is a presence that is here in this moment, that I am a part of. And that that my very awareness, my very ability to pay attention, my presence is part of that one presence. Then we start to move into the world of Atzilut, and the Hebrew is etzel, which means near, nearness. That sense of when we somebody walks into a room and we may not be looking at them or hearing them come in, but suddenly we feel their presence. There's something palpable. That sense of presence is the world of Atzilut. Every one of these worlds is really different dimensions of this world that we are in, that when we begin to pay attention, we start to access and notice these different dimensions of reality. So we're going to be working with these worlds as a reference point throughout the day, but just wanted to give you a little something to show you the map that we're working with. And now we'll go ahead and begin our first practice, our first sitting. And when we start to talk about all these maps and these intellectual things, you know, for many of us, it's gonna be very exciting to the mind. We may have a lot of different questions, just hold those pieces. I encourage you to write down questions you might have on a piece of paper somewhere so that you have them for later. You can know that they will be addressed, and we can just continue to stay in this inward place. So allow yourself to be in a comfortable position, someplace that you can sit without moving too much. And we'll bring in that nigun, that melody again, and then we'll go into silence. You can just begin by noticing the position of your body in space. Notice where your feet, the bottom of your feet, connect with the floor or the ground. Notice the shape of your legs as they move up into your hips. Staying present with that sensation in your feet, in your legs, begin to notice your torso, the distance between the bottom of your spine and the top of your head. Notice the way the arms hang out of the shoulder sockets and the resting place of the hands. Notice the air as it touches your face or any exposed parts where your skin is exposed to the air. See if you can notice the sensations that accompany your entire body from the tip of your toes to the top of your head to your fingertips. Really noticing your body in space. And as you're present to the sensations of your body and the shape of your body, notice the air entering your nostrils or your mouth on the inhale. Not doing any special inhale, you're just breathing normally. You're just noticing the movement of breath that makes up the inhale and how the body gently expands to make room for that breath. Notice the expanding of the belly or the chest. Even noticing how the breath may even affect your fingertips or your toes. Notice that place where the inhale reaches its maximum length and then switches over to an exhale, following the air out of the body, noticing the contraction of the body as the air leaves. Notice how you can be aware of breath and body at the same time. It comes from a choice to be present with breath and body, a choice to be here. And as you continue to make the choice to stay present with what is here in this moment, with body and breath, making that choice at the beginning of each breath, touch into your desire to be here, your desire for depth, your desire for peace, your desire for connection. Whatever it is that you are most hungry for that is bringing you here, let that desire drive your choice to pay attention to breath, to body. You can also notice the sounds that are present, sound waves that hit your eardrums that are present either within your house, your space, or whether they're on the outside. And allow your attention to be open and flexible so that you can notice the sounds and you can notice your breath and you can notice the body all at once. Call this being present with the divine orchestra. That every expression, every part of your experience of this moment is like an instrument that's being played. Breath is an instrument. Tension in my neck is an instrument. The sounds in the next room are instruments. Everything is being played, and our job is to pay attention to the full orchestra, the full symphony of this moment, to hear it all at once. There's nothing in this moment that you need to resist. Everything is part of the symphony, everything. Even thoughts that arise in the mind is part of that symphony. See if you can hear it in line with everything else you are perceiving. If it's helpful for you, there is a phrase that you can say to yourself with the breath that helps pay attention to the symphony of the moment. That phrase can be, "It is perfect," or "It is whole." WHOLE. It is perfect, or it is whole. Every part of my experience is just as it needs to be. Nothing is amiss. Nothing is lacking. And that phrase, that idea, "it is perfect," allows us to rest in this moment, to not feel like there's anything else, any other place we need to be, or anything we need to do. I'm going to be quiet for a period of time to allow us to practice together in silence. And I use that word very intentionally, to practice together. Many people get very discouraged when meditating because they have an image in their mind of what the meditation should look like, and then become disappointed when the constant thought stream doesn't let up, and it doesn't seem like we're doing it okay or well. But if you tap back into the reality that everything in this moment, including the thoughts, it is perfect, it is whole, it's all part of the symphony, we can practice paying attention to all of it, to be being present with all of it. Our attention can include everything. We're going to practice that. We're going to practice over and over coming back to it. And when you find your mind wandering and you find yourself in the middle of a thought, not completely having forgotten about the breath and the body and all of that, soon as you wake up in the moment and you realize that you're in the middle of a thought, in the middle of a dream, bring your attention back to breath, bring it back to body, bring it back to this moment, to this symphony. The practice is bringing back teshuvah, returning over and over and over again. Give yourself that space. As we are transitioning to a different part of our schedule, I invite you to still keep this sense of presence, this sense of awareness around all that is here, that the sensations in your body, the sounds and the thoughts that are coming across through the screen, everything that's around you. And the takeaway that I'd like to have from this first meditation sit is, number one, that in this meditation, there is no distraction. Meaning there is no distraction because everything that arises, whether it's in our body or sounds around us or whatever it is part of the symphony. It's just an instrument in the symphony. And so part of that intention of it is perfect or it is whole is one that welcomes everything, one that has space for everything. So there's no way to do it wrong or to be distracted because all of it is part. So that's one. One piece is we're not pushing anything out of our field of awareness. I think we'll keep it at that. So in our Torah cycle this week, we are in the last 4 sections, Torah portions of the book of Exodus, which is all about the building of the Mishkan, the building of the tabernacle, or the Mishkan. The word comes from shochen, shachan, which means to dwell, the dwelling place for God. And as you might imagine, our mystics, our spiritual masters don't see this as just a blueprint for a physical building, but they really are looking at all the parts of the description as ways of creating an indwelling place for God in our own lives and in our own presence. So we're going to get to study a beautiful piece from the Maggid of Mezrich. The Maggid of Mezrich was a direct student of the Baal Shem Tov, and he is teaching on the line in Exodus, "You shall command the children of Israel to bring to you pure olive oil." Okay, so oil has a lot of deep symbolism in our tradition. Oil, even the word for Messiah or Mashiach, it really means the anointed one, as in that in ancient times, putting a little bit of oil on one's head, oil is representative of wisdom. And so the Maggid of Mezrich has a very specific take on what this pure olive oil is in the context of the Mishkan as what it is in our own very awareness. So we're going to go through this together. The sages taught that Bitzalel, the one who constructed the Mishkan, knew how to combine those letters by which heaven and earth had been created. So it's a very kind of a core fundamental idea in Kabbalah, in Jewish mysticism, that the creation of the world, all of the energies that make up the world are signified by the Hebrew letters. So every Hebrew letter that we know is not just a print on paper, but is an actual vessel for a divine energy of creation. And not only creation as it happened, thousands and thousands and thousands and millions of years ago with the Big Bang, with whatever we want to talk about in linear time, but we're also talking about creation every moment. Every moment, it's said that that every moment is made up of the energies, combinations of the energies of all of the Hebrew letters. Right here and now, and we are the energies that make us up on can be identified in this way. And Bitzalel, the holy craftsman, knew how to combine these energies. He knew how to combine these energies to make sacred space, to make a space for Yud He Vav He, for God. Goes on to say, the Mishkan was the life of all the worlds. Okay, this can be understood by an analogy to the soul. The soul is the life of the body, even though in itself it has no form. We name it in terms of the body, speaking of the life energy that animates the arm or the leg. Okay, so this way of talking about soul and body is saying that what we are using when we talk about the word soul is the life energy that animates us. We can't see or touch that life energy, but it is there and it is present. And the deeper we go into that life energy in us, the deeper we go into the mystery of soul. So it says, so Bitzalel, in making the Mishkan as the site of this universal life force, had to understand how to bring life into the worlds, as well as the letters through which the worlds were created. Everything in the worlds was represented in the Mishkan. So if the soul is the life energy that animates the body, then whatever it is that we're talking about of this Mishkan, this holy place, this is the life force that animates the whole world, all the worlds, everything, every dimension of reality is animated by what we are calling the Mishkan. Obviously, this isn't just a physical structure at one point of time and space in the desert, but this Mishkan is talking about something very deep and fundamental about the nature of reality that is akin to the essential life force, just as the soul animates the body and gives the life force to the body. The Mishkan is what gives the life force to the world. And Bitzalel understood. He understood how this process happened. We'll move on. We are taught that the world was created by 10 divine speech acts. Okay, this is from the Mishnah Pirkei Avot. 10 divine speech acts. Now, that can be talked about in Kabbalah as the 10 sefirot, the 10 energies. But right here, that's kind of a later interpretation of this Mishnah, of the world being created by 10 divine speech acts. But how the Talmud talks about it in Megillah is it says that the Talmud notes, however, that God said only appears 9 times in the opening chapters of Genesis. Okay, so in the opening chapters of Genesis, it says, God said, right? God said, let there be light. God said, let there be this. God said this. Those are those speech acts. And again, if we're understanding the story of Genesis as not just being something that's describing a creation in historical time, a long time ago, but as really describing the unfolding of creation in every moment, then what we're saying is there are 10 energies, 10 speech acts, as if you will, that bring this world into being. But there's only 9 that Genesis talks about. So then the Talmud says, well, it replies that in the beginning, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz. That's also a divine utterance. It doesn't say, but why doesn't the text use God said in the first place if that's a divine energy? Why isn't it explicit like it started with let there be light? Because this act of divine speech is beyond our grasp. Only its lower manifestations can be known. This primal utterance is the raw material out of which all further speech was to emerge. Okay, so it's almost as if to say here, just staying focused on this section, that there is a divine speech acts that is the foundation of all of them. So if there are 9 energies in creation that we're speaking about here, and of course, that's just a model, a construct, a concept to say that there's just 9 energies of creation. But if there's 9, there's a way of saying that there is one that is fundamental to all of it, one that we cannot wrap our minds around in form in the same way that we might be able to notice some of these other energies like love or like power or like compassion or creativity. These other energies that are part of the world that we may be able to talk about. This one we can't talk about. It's beyond our grasp, but it is the heart out of which everything else unfolds. So it says the same has to be true with regard to the Mishkan. Parallel to the primal utterance is the menorah, which even Moses had difficulty in grasping. It could not be shaped by any human, but formed itself. Okay, so the menorah in the Midrash, in this description, the candelabra, remember, this doesn't have anything connected with Hanukkah, which is the Hanukkah. This is even earlier than Hanukkah. This is the 7-pointed lamp that was in the temple, that Moses could not understand the instructions in how to make the menorah. He couldn't get it. It formed itself. It made itself. It was beyond human thought, conception, language. The menorah bore witness to the fact that God's presence now dwelt in Israel's midst. Okay, so whatever this menorah is, it's referring to the aspect of reality that God's presence is here and now. This is the oil, okay, the oil, which is the menorah lights. The brightness shines right on its surface, just like light reflects directly on the surface of the oil. The rest of the utterances are the olive with the oil contained within them. All right, so the rest of the utterances are the olive, but it's the oil contained in them. It's almost as if we're taking it back to our moment-to-moment experience of reality, we all sat in meditation and we all sat paying attention to everything that was arising in the moment, everything unfolding. There was breath, there was sensation, there was sounds, there was all of these energies that were unfolding in the moment. All of those energies we can label, we can talk about, we can say, this is the tightness in my shoulder, this is the breath. But within each of those energies is an awareness, is a presence. If those energies are the olive, this presence is the oil in the olive. That is why this chapter does not open with God spoke to Moses, or even God said. It's because this olive oil is beyond our grasp. Even saying, which would imply thought, is not appropriate here. So this is a mysterious text. It's a very esoteric text. And it's something that we're going to come back to in our meditation today. But in a sense, it's inviting us that as we begin to pay attention to the moment by moment experience of our reality, to be able to notice, to sense into it. It's not something we grasp with our minds, but to sense into the life energy that is within our moment-to-moment experience. To sense into our very awareness. Who is it that is paying attention to this breath and this body? Even the very act of paying attention is carrying within it a vibrancy, a presence right here. And so that's something that I'm just going to introduce here, just drop in. It's not something for our minds to get around, but something for us to open to in meditation. So at this point, we're going to take a lot of that very heady stuff that we're kind of swimming with and try to root it and ground it into our bodies and start to bring together these ideas, which can be talked about as heavenly ideas, more out there, with embodiment and concrete, concrete embodied being. And so it's my pleasure to introduce my dear friend, one of my closest friends, who is coming to us from Portland. I'm gonna add a spotlight here for him. This is Chaim Lev. And Chaim is a very experienced acupuncturist, teacher of Chinese medicine. He teaches Chinese medicine in schools. He also is really deeply familiar with so many spiritual systems. And of course, our Jewish sacred mystical tradition is deep part of his soul. And he leads and participates in the Pnei Or Jewish Renewal Community of Portland, bringing a lot of these systems together within our Jewish path. And so it's my real pleasure to have him lead us so much better than I could in some movement meditation. So you can unmute yourself, Chaim, and I will put the spotlight just on you here.
We'll begin with just a little Nigun. It's funny, I have the Nigun you were doing in my head, so I have to come back to the one that I was going to do. I'll do that one more time, just to get the energy moving. Boker Tov, welcome everybody. Nice to be joining you in this beautiful retreat. I've really enjoyed steeping myself in the Chevra and in the teachings this morning. Kavod asked me to try to keep it to the four worlds, and we talked about this, and I realized that the way that I approach the four worlds in movement is very directly through the Sfirot that you were just speaking of. And the Sfirot really are an elaboration of the four worlds. So in order to give us some lineage material to work with, I'm going to spend just a few minutes teaching, but I'll do most of it through movement. The Sfirot are one of the great jewels of our Jewish mystical system. As Kavod was saying, I am an acupuncturist. I work at the hospital here in Portland for over a decade now. I've been doing the work for 30 years. Kind of blows my mind. I'm an acupuncturist in the family medicine department here in Portland at Oregon Health Science University, and a Jewish practitioner. And for me, when I look at Chinese medicine and when I look at Jewish mysticism, one of the things that I discover over decades is that they are maps of the same territory. For it's a human terrain and a heavenly and an earthly terrain, and if the maps are valid and they're real, then they're going to correspond. So that in my davening, when I'm reaching, some of the things that I learn in Tai Chi and Qigong naturally are present, because it is one really sacred human experience that these maps point to. So I'd like to do some embodied moving practice with these Kabbalistic maps and say that I do a little of this every day. I really can't help myself. This was a photo my son snuck up behind me and delightfully got close to the water to catch this image. Y'all are seeing the images okay? Yeah, I'm transmitting well and my voice is good. Are we clear on our tech? Awesome, awesome. So this image of the Sfirot, just briefly, comes to us from the Ari, Rabbi Isaac Luria, born in Jerusalem, passed in Sfat, lived just under 40 years and left an indelible mark on our collective Jewish psyche. And one of his many gifts is this Sfirot. And I'd like to teach them through the body rather than really through the mind. So we've been talking this morning about the four worlds, and the Sfirot really are an elaboration of that. And they help to bring it through. So we can see the Sfirot here as aligned with the body. And I'll come back to this image. If you look in the central column, there's just four. And essentially those four in the center are the four worlds, brought through as channels between heaven and earth. Kavod talked so beautifully about the physical world in Asiya as just the lowest of the hidden worlds of time, space, reality, and the vibration of Yetzirah. We locate these in the body as a way of relating to them, and we can see the Sfirot as a map of the body of God and of the body of creation and of our own bodies, all sort of woven together. And then we have a left and a right column, which helps us with our physical bilateral symmetry. We're able to embody the complexities of ourselves as left and right beings at these different levels. So without saying too much more, I'd like to actually step into it and invite people who are comfortable. You can do this seated if for any reason you're not able to rise. I'm going to adjust my monitor just a little bit. But if you can find some space around you to stand and be able to spread your arms about arm's length and over your heads, this is really the best way to do this work. So if there's a way that you can get yourselves comfortable, we're going to talk about these four worlds, and we're going to bring them into our bodies with some practices. So I want to begin up in this upper world of Atzilut. The word Keter means crown. And then if you think about your minds, we have a left and a right hemisphere of our brain, and it's an oversimplification. But we could say that at this realm of the heavenly energies, we can just begin to gather some heavenly energy and bring it down into our heads. So inhaling and reaching up and just stretching, because we've been sitting. It feels good to stretch, and then just to let that settle down. And as we're doing that, we're really reaching for some heavenly energy and then letting it rain down as if a marionette string were holding us up through the very top of our heads, and just let that settle. But as we do it, we notice that there's so many different thoughts and things. And we do have a left and a right brain, like we have Chokhmah and Bina, wisdom and understanding. We have an intuitive aspect of our consciousness, just as we have a logical aspect of our consciousness. So what we're going to begin to do is this movement of opening our arms and turning to the left on an inhale, and then on the exhale, coming back to the center. And then opening our arms and turning to the right, and then exhaling back to the center. So Qigong is the unification, the yichud, of breath and movement, so that the rate of our inhale and exhale corresponds to the rate of our turning left and our opening our arms. Inhaling and following the rate of your breath. If you need to breathe a little faster, you can go. It's important to follow your own nature. And what we're doing here is balancing the left and right aspects, the Chokhmah and Binah of our Keter realm, of our crown, allowing all of our thinking self and our intuitive self to become united. Really stretch open. Imagine your brain floating in cerebral spinal fluid. Slow down and open your body as you turn left and right. Allowing yourself to really stretch open your mind. Inhaling to the left. Exhaling to the center. Inhaling to the right. Feel the amazingness of the labyrinth of neurons in your brain. Allow the turning to unify the central point. We have wisdom, we have understanding. A left and a right aspect. And through them our consciousness becomes more stereoscopic, more three-dimensional. And we're able to receive God's light. So take a moment and just come to center and shake that off a little bit. And we're going to come down into this next layer. In Bria, we see the word Tiferet in the heart. And then we have Chesed and Givurah as a left and a right arm around the heart. And these are the aspects of our being, our left wing and our right wing, the parts of ourself that are pure loving kindness, and the parts of ourself that are strength and boundary. And we need our left and our right hand to move through this world, working together with a heart in the center. So the practice that we're going to begin to do here is just, some of you are already doing it. It's so natural. Our bodies just want to do this. It's a pivoting left to right, turning the spine, opening our backs, and allowing our left and right hands just to swing. But what makes this deeper is the awareness of everything we hold in our left hand and everything we hold in our right hand. Our chesed, our gevurah, our loving kindness, our boundaries. In this world of creation, of divine mind, as Kavod was saying, how does the divine mind and the divine plan unfold in our heart and in our acts in the world? Are we leaning too far in any particular direction? What creates balance for your heart? What is in your heart that needs to shift so that you can experience the one light of God moving through you unimpeded? So on some level, this is just a simple exercise to stretch the body, but it offers an opportunity for us to get much deeper. And breathe into the heart space and into the left and the right of the hands. And reflect upon the balance in your heart at this time. Where is there the need for more strength? Where is there the need for more mercy? So that the reality of our divine unity can live through you. So again, we've opened up the left and the right from the crown, and the left and the right from the heart. And now we're going to drop down into this world of Yesod, which is really our instinctual reality, coming from all of our physical needs as human animals, our sexuality, our need to eat, and all of our instinctual layers that come in our lower body. And the Chod and Netzach become our legs. So if you step forward with one foot just a little bit and backwards with one and square your hips, you can begin to glide a little backwards and forwards. I really should be further back. I've done a lot of Zoom teaching, but I haven't been doing the embodied practices on Zoom. So really, if you can get one foot forward and one foot back and begin this gliding backwards and forwards. And then we're going to add our arms into that. In Qigong, we call this a prayer wheel, so that on the movement forward, our arms are coming up, and on the movement backwards, our arms are coming back. Inhaling forward and exhaling back at the rate that feels best to you. An inhale forward and exhale back, rocking forwards and backwards on your legs. The words Netzach and Chod are often talked about as advance and retreat. So we're talking about with our instinctual self, because the movement should come from here, and the arms and the feet and everything else follows from this central Yesod place. So there's a feeling of just gliding backwards and forwards. Where are we needing to move forward in our lives? And where are we needing to retreat? And you can roll the weight forwards and backwards on your toes and your heels. So that as you come back, your front toe might come up a little. And as you go forward, your heel might come up a little. How are we advancing our lives? And how are we allowing God's will to move through us? And how are we receiving and retreating and allowing? For truly, there's no movement forward if we don't move backwards. Like the breath, at a certain point it becomes one great wheel, and we seek balance in this realm of Yitzirah, of emotional formation. How are we moving forward? How are we allowing? Where do we step forward and declare our truth? Where do we listen? Where do we give? Where do we receive? Where do we advance? Where do we retreat? What do you need to do at this time in your life to move forward appropriately and to step back appropriately? If at a certain point your leg gets tired, you can switch and put the other leg forward and practice it that way. And it's interesting how different it feels with the left forward and the right forward. For Netzach and Chod are our left and our right aspects. We can just get quiet with that for a minute and feel the glide back and forth. Advancing, retreating, in one great circle. And we bring our feet square again. And you'll notice down the lowest level, there's just one sfirot in Asiyah. And here we're connecting ourselves to the earthly realms. We're going to gather some energy and exhale that down through our feet into the earth like roots. And then inhale that up again. And back down. Grounding our bodies into the earth, sending the energy out our feet like roots. And then inhaling and receiving, drinking from those roots all the way up to the heart level. And back down again. So as we inhale, we drink from the roots and we draw the energy up our legs and into our heart. And as we exhale, The energy descends through our legs, down our feet, and into the earth. Drinking from your roots and receiving, and simultaneously rooting and releasing any tensions. So what I hope to do with those practices is to offer you a window into the Sefirot that's very much in the body, anchoring them in a simple way as just left and right aspects of ourselves, forwards and backwards, strength and mercy, wisdom and understanding through the center. At a certain point, there's a lot of layers of complexity here and many different teachings, but I feel like learning it that way actually makes it quite simple, because we can just see that it's really just these 4 layers divided into left and right. And wow, there's a lot more teachings that can come around this, as Kavod was talking about the divine utterances. I'd like to come into one other layer of Qigong movement around the sacred terrain that we're exploring here. So again, we see the 4 worlds written here, and then we see the 4 letters of God's holiest of names, which are usually written right to left. And when we arrange them vertically like this, we can see B'Tselem Elohim, that we are made in God's image. We can see the Yud of the Yud He Vav He as akin to our human head, and the upper He as our arms, and the Vav as our spine, and the lower He as our legs. And these again correspond to the 4 worlds. So here we have God's holiest name written in the form that we are made in God's image. And I love to do this one. I do it a lot. It's one of my most favorite. It's very sacred. When we're in the worlds of prayer, we start, if we organize prayer in this way, we go from the He to the Vav to the He to the Yud. We travel upwards before down again. And in this practice, we come from the heavenly realms and we descend. And it's really quite beautiful and quite simple. So we'll simply gather the heavenly energies, like the Yud, like the upper world, and bring them down into our heads. So right now, all in the world that we're doing is gathering the infinite light of God and letting it stream down through our crowns and open up our heads like a Yud. And we're going to go Yud. And then the exhale becomes Hey. And we step into our arms. And then the inhale becomes Vav. And then the exhale through our legs. Hey. So we go down through the arms, Hey, to that upper Hey, and then Vav, the Vav of our spine, and then Hey, down the legs. Yud, Hey, Vav, Hey, bathing ourselves in divine light through the 4 worlds. Out the hands to the earth, circulating through the spine, down the legs to the earth. And then take a moment and just stand still in the center and allow that to circulate through you. Just meditate on your love of God and the miracle of the life that you've been granted, and of the teachings and the centuries and the teachers and the community that holds this sacred light. And just as our ancestors innovated and explored, we in this day and age are continuing to take the teachings of our ancestors. And just like klezmer music came out of the lands that we were living in, so Chinese Qigong can come in today and help us to really more fully stand in authenticity in the teachings of our ancestors. We've been a multicultural Hebrew community for a long time. It's a real blessing to join with you all today, and I really encourage you to play with this more on your own. These movements are very simple, and they can allow this energy to come into your body and into your spirit in a way that can be profoundly nourishing. I do these a lot, and they bring me a really profound connection. So that nigun that I opened with is a melody that I wrote. And when I was in Svat at the grave of the Ari who gave us the map of the Sfirot, I realized that these words fitted. And this is a Kabbalistic construction for the sake of the unification of Hashem and Shekinah, which is the upper worlds of the Yud-He and the lower worlds of the Vav-He, so that we do all that we do for the sake of unifying Creator and creation inside of ourselves. So I just want to do that nigun again, but I'll sing these words, L'Shem Yechud, for the sake of unification, of Yud-He and Vav-He, of Hashem and Shekinah. L'Shem Yechud Kudsha B'Nechu L'Shem Yechud Kudsha B'Nechu U'Shechim Nai 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 Oh, L'Shem Yechud Kudsha B'Nechu U'Shechim L'Shem Yechud Kudsha B'Nechu U'Shechim Dai 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 Oh, 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 oh. I hope a little movement helps to bring these practices home in a way that's nourishing for everyone and helps to deepen our embodiment of the Sfirot. Kavod, it's so beautiful to hear your teachings and your voice and to be with your community. And may it be a beautiful retreat for all of you. Nice to see your shining faces. I wish that I could spend longer in all of that and trying to cover a lot of ground in a short half hour and give you an opportunity to move this through your bodies.
Beautiful. Thank you, Chaim. That was a gift, a real gift. So let's just take a moment and sit with all of that. Just paying attention to how the energy continues to live in your body. And it's almost as if Chaim's Nigun is kind of like these gentle waters that are kind of running in my soul. We're gonna add on to that. We're gonna deepen those waters with the Nigun that we continue to, the Besh Nigun, the Baal Shem Tov, except there's a second part to it that I'm gonna add that I encourage you to open to. Again, closing your eyes if they aren't already closed. Paying attention to the breath, to the body in space. Noticing the contact of the bottom of your feet and the ground. The shape of your legs as they come up into your hips. The distance between the bottom of your spine and the top of your head. The way your arms hang out of your shoulder sockets. The air that surrounds you and touches your body. Allowing yourself to be aware of your body in space, your entire form. And noticing how awareness is not like a flashlight where you shine on one area or another, but it can be like a lantern that illuminates wider and wider spaces. So at the same time that you're aware of your body in space, notice the movement of breath entering through your nostrils, your mouth, the expanse of the chest and the belly with the inhale, and the contraction with the exhale, following the air out of the body. And noticing that moment where the exhale switches back to an inhale and the cycle begins again. As you pay attention to breath and body, your awareness expands to include all the sounds in the room and beyond. Everything in our field of awareness, part of the divine symphony, everything an instrument that we open our attention to hear the whole. And connect with your desire to be present, to go deep, to open to the living God in this moment. It's that desire that fuels our choice to be present, to open to the divine symphony, to open to keeping our awareness on all of our experience. It's a choice we make at every moment to be here. And it's our desire, our love, that gives us the energy to make that choice. So far, we've been practicing what can be called mindfulness, bringing our attention to what is here. And we're going to add another dimension from the world of Yetzirah, which I'll call heartfulness or embrace. Now we are not only being present with that which is in this moment, breath, body, sound, sensation, thought, but now we are actively opening ourselves to it, embracing. Almost as if our arms were held wide open to everything that arises in this moment, and we are just saying, yes, yes, I welcome it all, I embrace it all. Not only is there space for it all, but I welcome it all. A helpful way to cultivate this quality is to imagine your breath going in and out of your heart area. And the phrase that Reb Zalman Schachter Shalomi likes to bring with this awareness, this level, is you are loved. So we breathe in, you are loved, feeling the reality of that. And we breathe out of our heart, you are loved. Almost as if we're saying it to every human being on the planet. Letting the Holy One say it to us on the inhale and saying it out on the exhale. It's a technique to cultivate that attitude of embrace, to open the heart, to say yes with our being to what is here. And as we stay open We stay present to everything in our field of awareness. Everything is an instrument in the symphony. Everything is welcome. We also reach out with our hearts to it all, saying yes. And when you have that openness of heart, that attitude of embrace, you can drop the you are loved in and out through the heart. That's just a technique to open up an attitude of embrace in the moment. A lot of the times we have a hard time opening our hearts and saying yes because it's vulnerable. We all carry around deep in us feelings of being unloved. Doesn't feel safe to be open, to be vulnerable, to put our hearts out there and say, yes, this matters to me. So we remind ourselves, you are loved in and out, to give us the strength to be vulnerable, to be open in this moment. And as our attention is on the Divine Symphony, is on every open to all that arises in the moment, and as our hearts are open to it with embrace, with vulnerability, with yes, allow yourself to sense into the presence, the energy that fills all of our experience. That within our breath, there is an aliveness. That within the activity inside and outside our homes, there is an aliveness. That in all of it, there is an alive presence. And that this is the same presence that is in the awareness of the mind, of the breath, what's outside of us, of what's inside of us. This is the oil that the Maggid was speaking about. If our moment-to-moment experience of all the aspects of this moment is the olive, the body, then the oil, the essence, is also present. Allow yourself to sense into that oil, to that essence of everything in this moment. I'm going to be quiet for the remainder of this session while we practice opening to the Divine Symphony, opening our hearts in embrace, and sensing in to the essence, to the aliveness in everything. It is my great pleasure that we are able to have with us today Chaya Lester, my dear friend from Jerusalem. Chaya and her husband Hillel, I always make a point to try to visit when we're in Jerusalem. She is, with Hillel, is the co-founder of the Shalev Center, a center that integrates personal growth and Jewish mysticism. Chaya is a poet and a teacher of Torah and a counselor. And we are really just blessed to be able to share with her in this deep space that we're all cultivating. So I'm going to spotlight you, Chaya. So there you are.
Thank you. I feel like I'm just getting to the hot tub and I'm like starting to sit into the hot tub water, and all of you have been soaking in it for like, I don't know how long, and I'm just getting to join the party, and it's like I feel my whole body sort of relax into that warmth. And so it's really just an honor to join you in what you're already creating here. I just want to add more warmth to it. It's really incredible right now, right? We're living a miracle, right? We're all keenly aware of the fact that this is a miraculous fact that we can be in our homes and connecting to each other's on such a spiritual level. And we take it as this mundane reality. But at the same time, I think we know how extraordinary it is that we're living the miracle of they like to say technology is tikkunology, right? Like the bringing in the technology like allows the tikkun, allows for the fixings that our souls are really needing through like the technology that God is giving us. And thank God we've collectively, our souls have evolved to the point that we can experience this, and it's just extraordinary. And I feel like it's such a wonderful example of exactly this meditative truth that we're all searching after right now, which is just to become aware of what already is and how extraordinarily miraculous it is. I mean, I'm sitting here in Yerushalayim Ir HaKodesh, in the manifestation of a historical miracle. That's my daily bread, you know, and I so often I'm sitting here and I'm in a traffic jam, or, you know, dealing with some bureaucratic headache, and I have this little switch that I can flip of like, wait, my soul has been waiting 2,000 years to sit in a traffic jam of a repopulated Jerusalem, right? And I just have that little switch. I'm like, wait, this bureaucratic mess is because we have our country. And it's very easy in Israel to make that switch, but it's always available to all of us right now, of just becoming more adeptly aware of the miracle that we're simmering in this miraculous hot tub. And so it's here now, and it's really, I think that's already one easy portal for entry into the unitary consciousness that I think we're all questing, that brought you onto this call today and brought me too. So I want to share a few words of Torah, Ki mitzion tetzei Torah udvar Hashem meYerushalayim, because from out of Jerusalem will flow words of Torah and the words of God from here, this place that I am. So I'm really wanting to share the juiciness of that with you guys, and also the other holy place that I love is California. So that's the other, you know, the only other holy pole, and I'm receiving that from you as well. So I want to share today a really core idea, that a teaching that really came to me as my own medicine about 2 years ago, when our world was, you know, steeped into the trouble of a worldwide pandemic. And it was a Torah teaching that I had never heard before. So often, you know, you hear teachings again and again, and that's a wonderful thing. And then every once in a while, a teaching comes that you never heard. And so this was one of those for me, and I really want to share it because it's been foundational for me in terms of my own centering through really intense times, and instructive for what are we supposed to be doing and feeling and rectifying in this very intense time that we are in right now. And so I'll really share it with a prayer that it can help all of us do that tikkunology of the fixings that we're supposed to be doing in this. And I really do feel like we're towards the end of the pandemic, and let's just get those last morsels of fixings. And here's this framework. So in the Sefer Bahir is a Jewish core mystical text that dates back 2,000 years, one of the first mystical texts. And the whole book is like a poem. It's totally undecipherable and poetic and evocative, and it speaks to our souls, right? Because what is the language of the soul? The language of the soul is poetry. The language of the soul is dreams. So one of the beauty of these texts, the Sefer Bahir, which on the one hand, you probably haven't heard about it because it's a little hard to grasp, but it also has a beauty to it. Sefer Bahir, 2,000 years ago, it goes over all the different letters. And as you probably know, according to Kabbalah, the letters are the energetic channels of godliness into the world, the Hebrew letters. And they're just like H2O is hydrogen and oxygen, and it creates water. So too, each of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet are their own chemistry, their own spiritual chemistry that creates realities. So it's oftentimes played with, and in our tradition, playing with the letters as the energetic currents that they offer. So the whole book is about what is the meaning, the mystical meaning of the letters. So, and it's all in the style of students asking their teacher, their holy teacher, what does this letter mean, and what does that letter mean? So along the way of the teachings, the master comes and to speak about the it's actually not a letter. There's the letters, and then there's the vowel points, right? So in addition to the letters, there's the vowel points. And the vowel points, right? If you know Hebrew, you have the consonants, and then you have the vowels. And the vowels are what allow the soul into the letter. That's the understanding, right? If you think about when we make a sound, if you don't have the vowels are where the breath comes in. You know, the sad. It's where, and I can't just say d. I would have to say sad. Like you need that vowel in there to bring the wind in, to bring the ruach, to bring the breath into the letter, to turn it into a word. Okay, so the vowels are understood to be the neshama of the letters in a way, the soul of the letters. So he's explaining what is the vowel point called the cholem. And the cholem, if any of you know, raise your hand if you know which one is the cholem. The cholam. Great. So the cholam is a vav. It's like, imagine the letter vav, which is just a pure pillar. It's just a line, perfectly horizontal line. And then there's the vowel point of the little dot above the vav. Yeah, that's right. And that dot above the vav indicates a sound oh. That's the vowel oh of the cholam. So the students say, what is this cholam? What is the magic and the mystery behind this vowel point? And the master says, I'm wondering, should I open my share screen? And let me open my share screen and show you. His students ask him, what is the cholam? The meaning of the vowel sound that looks like a dot above the vav. And he says, it is the neshama. And its name is cholam. If you listen to it, your body will be vigorous, chalam, in the ultimate future. If you rebel against it, then sicknesses, chalaim, will sit on your head and illness on her head. He also said, every dream, the word for dream is chalom, is within the cholam, as it is written, achlama. Every precious stone is in the cholam. This is the achlama, is the name of the precious stone that is actually shows up for the first time in our Torah portion right now that you've been learning about. It's the first appearance is in this week's parsha, where we learn about the achlama, which is the amethyst stone, and it's one of the stones on the breastplate. Okay, so this is what does this mean? What is this poetry? And what I love about this is that it very clearly explains what is sickness. Sickness is when we don't listen to our soul. When we don't listen to our soul, there are sicknesses on our head. If we do listen to it, we'll be chalam, vigorous. And now you'll notice that each of the different letters here, each of the different words plays with the same root letters, the chet, the lamed, the mem. The cholam, right, is one permutation of these letters, of this vowel sound, okay? And then the word for vigorous is the same letters, chalam, but also the word for sickness is the same letters, chalaim, right? And also then the same letters are used for the word achlama, which is the amethyst stone. Wow. Okay. Why I love this is because it's just so clear. It's a little too clear, I know, in a way. It's like to say, oh, all of the troubles that we're having, and every time a person is sick, it's because they're not listening to their soul. I know it's a little reductive, but there's something really, I think, for us to learn here. When the world doesn't listen to the soul of things, then the world gets sick. And so what's the way? It's not just the way out of it and the medicine, it's what the process of sickness also does to us, is it can connect us to our souls. You know, hopefully we find other ways to connect our souls, but at the very least, the process of our world becoming sick is an opening to reconnecting with the soul level of things. And hopefully that's happened, you know, in our globe over the past couple of years. And hopefully we can create that and generate that. What's so powerful about the magic of the word plays in Hebrew is that everything is contained within these basic building blocks, right? So within the basic building blocks of my sickness are all the pieces that I need for my greatest strength. That's the right. That's part of what's built in there. Just like the H2O, right? There's a beautiful. Here's a really clear example of it. The word in Hebrew for joy is oneg. The word in Hebrew for blemish and broken, a broken thing is a nega. Nega and oneg are the same exact letters. You cannot have full joy without experiencing the elements of the nega. And the way to access real joy is by working with those elements of the brokenness, permuting them, changing them around, bringing divine consciousness to them, and then they turn into oneg. The same thing holds for geula. Maybe you guys have heard of this concept of geula, the Jewish like prime concept of total spiritual evolution of humanity is called geula. One of the wonderful things is that the exact word for exile and broken consciousness, exile consciousness, is gola. Gola and geula are the same exact word, except for one difference. Geula takes the word gola and inserts into the middle of it the letter aleph. When you take the aleph and put it right smack dab in the middle of gola, exiled consciousness, you put in the divine letter of divine unitary consciousness of the aleph, you immediately receive geula. You cannot have geula without gola. Can't have full oneg without working with the elements of the nega. Okay, so I really want to offer this to us as we traverse these cosmic times globally and personally, that whatever the pains of our life are here are the elements that are ours to permute in order to generate our greatest, evolution and growth. Right? So it's like a real receiving, a deep, deep receiving of what is. A fearlessness of the dark, a fearlessness of illness. Not because the point is to be ill, because the point is to bring divine consciousness into whatever negative circumstances we are encountering. And the minute that we take whatever negatives are here and we insert the divine aleph, that is what elevates. That's our job in the world, is to be the elevators. We're the escalators. We're the elevators who take all of that lowly pained material, and immediately with all we have to do is to bring in our aleph consciousness, and it transforms it. So the cholam, and I want to bring in a really experiential piece here and invite us to go back into closed eyes. And I really want to invite in an experiential taste of these concepts. So go ahead and imagine your spine is that vav. Your spine is a perfectly vertical vav. And imagine that hovering above your head is this beautiful orb. It's called the cholam. And this orb is filled with a gorgeous white light. If you want to imagine it as a purple amethyst stone, you could also go there. But it's bringing this divine, precious light cascading down through that long vav in your spine, in your neck, up to your head. And just soak in the incredible moment of connection between your body and the divine soul that is hovering above your head right now. Let that orb of light over you sort of even draw you up to sit a little taller and straighter, and just letting that light just flow into you. Because within that orb, it says, are all of the dreams. All of our dreams are there. And when we talk about our dreams, we're talking about our pure neshama place. And Derech Hashem, the Ramchal talks very, very clearly and says that when we dream at night, our body is able to rest and fall asleep, and we have 5 levels of our soul. The 5th lowest level of the nefesh stays within our body, and the 4 upper levels of our soul ascend and are able to traverse the celestial realms, interact with angels, and receive divine guidance, information, future information, healing information every night. We can sit in meditation for 20 years and not receive an ounce of what we get every night when we go to sleep, and we have a direct encounter between our soul levels and the divine every night. That's the power of the Cholim. It's pure soul. It's a place where we are not our bodies, we are not our identities down in the world. This is the place where we're the dreamers, where we're full soul. And the goal is to be the ladder that allows that upper material, those upper echelons of our soul, of the 5 levels, to bring down information from above down to us down here in the world. And that Vav of our back is the ladder. So you can imagine that everything contained in that beautiful orb is just flowing into you right now. All of your dream material, you have access to it. All that unconscious material, subconscious, superconscious, it's all held there in that orb, just waiting to be listened to. Knowing that the times that we don't listen to it, it will express itself in illnesses. Another incredible permutation of those letters of the Chet and the Lamed and the Mem is Milchama, which is war. When we have wars, we have conflict, we have illnesses, it's all beckonings from our soul to connect. And when we do a meditation retreat, we are not passively waiting for our soul to clobber us with illness or conflict. We are saying, I am actively going to listen to my soul. And you have made that commitment today to listen to your soul so that you do not need to have it brought to you by illness and conflict. This conscious choice to connect to soul is the highest human act. Just soak in that right now. Like almost put a smile on your face of like, almost like a pat on the back to say, yes, I am choosing to do this work so it doesn't have to be done to me. And now asking yourself, how can you take some area in your life where perhaps there is conflict or there is sickness and permute, repermute, and refashion the letters in an order that takes it from illness and conflict to dream, to amethyst, to chalam, to vigor. Similar to the looking at your gola material and inserting the aleph of divine consciousness, please think of one area in your life that has been a place of pain. And sit with it and bring divine consciousness to it. That can be as simple as looking at this pain or this conflict with God's eyes. What does God see in it for you? What does God want for you? What's God trying to gift you? Sitting with that for a few minutes right now. Just another half of a minute of holding that. Now we're going to invite in the sounds that are associated with these vowel points. I'm going to start with the O, which is, if you imagine the Vav with the orb on the top, sounds like an O. But we know that also that ball can go down to the middle of the Vav, like to the stomach area, and then it sounds like a oo. And then that same orb, when it travels down to beneath the letter, beneath the foot of the letter, it sounds like an E. These basic sounds are built into the Hebrew vowels. Just join me. We're going to move from the O to the U to the E, and then we'll move back up again. Imagining that orb is integrating from over your head into your belly, down to your feet, bringing in that divine light contained in the Cholam. Breathe in. Ooh. Ooh. Went back up. Oh. One more time, down the ladder and back up. Oh. Ooh. And up. Ooh. Oh. And now just continuing to breathe, noticing the the sensation of that energy and the resonance of the sound as your mind takes in these concepts and your body feels through these concepts, these high neshama concepts that our job is to bring down through our ladder, down to the depths, to the low places in our lives, bringing that divine awareness in, and then elevating it, and constantly just climbing up and down the ladder. And we should have healing. We should have healing. There should be no more illness and no more war, just dreams. And Kavod, if there's anything else that you would want from me, let me know.
It's such a blessing to have you with us today and to share the hot tub with us. And thank you for taking the time. It's getting late in your neck of the woods, close to 11 o'clock, and that was just such a beautiful way to help focus what we're practicing on and bring it into darkness, into illness, to know that it's all part of the one and that the Holy One wants us to do that tikkunology and lift it up. I love that. So thank you so much.
Thank you for what you're doing, you guys. Thank you, Rabbi Kavod, for all your work. It's exceptional. I know it was technical, sorry, but if you have any questions, let me know, okay?
What I will say, yeah, all of us are in silence except for us as the leaders for the rest of the day.
Oh,
But I will say that Chaya and her husband Hillel, they do virtual counseling and some, I'm sure that there are even some online classes, but if you go to their website, Shalev Center, the Shalev Center in Jerusalem, is it shalevcenter.org or
yes.
shalevcenter.org, you can connect with Chaya and she's a big Facebooker too. So if you go on Facebook and you become friends, she's posting a lot of Torah and thoughts about things. So it's just another way that you can stay connected. And God willing, our spiritual pilgrimage to Israel, which got postponed so far indefinitely, but hopefully will happen soon. It is going to happen. We'll be spending some time in person with Chaya and Hillel, God willing.
Yeah.
All
Bless
right.
you guys. Thank you for doing the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Really special.
Okay, so it's lunchtime, everyone. What a treat. What we're going to do right now is we'll take about 10 minutes to have bio break, to get your food ready. It's 12, let's actually do 15. We'll do 15, but before you break, the idea is that we'll be back here at our screens at 1 p.m. where I'll lead us in an eating meditation, continuing to bring the same quality of awareness into food, which is another amazing thing to spend time with, noticing the divine energy that we've been paying attention to within the food and how it nourishes us. So take that 15 minutes to do what you need to do to get back here. And again, the reminder is keep that meditative awareness, keep that sense of presence, of being conscious and open to what is. If there are other people in your home with you, if you're able to kind of keep that silence, even as you're taking care of those things, that would be recommended. So I'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. Ay, ay, da, da, ay, da, da, ay, da, da. Ay, da, 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 da. Ay, da, 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 da. Ay, da, 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 da. Ay, da, da, ay, da, da. Ay, da, 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 ay, da, da. Ay, da, 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 da. Ay, da, da, ay, da, da, ay, da, da, da. Ay, da, 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 da. Ay, da, da, ay, da, da. Ay, da, da. Ay, da, da, da. Ay, da, da, ay, da, da, ay, da, da, da. Ay, da, 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 da. Ay, da, da, ay, da, da. Yadada, 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 yadada. Yadada, yada, 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 yada. Yadada, yada, 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 yada. Yadada, yada, yada, yadada, yada, yada. Yadada, yada, 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 yada. Yai, nai, nai, yai, nai, nai, nai. Ya na na 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 ya na. So as we begin to get ready to eat, I want to invite you to reflect on eating as a death-defying act. Every time we are nourishing ourselves, we are affirming life. So just sit in your chair right now and feel the chair beneath your bottom. Feel its support against your back. Feel the body just sitting in space. Be aware of the body in relationship to the table, the desk, and the food that's on the plate. Body awareness. Honor the food that is on your plate or in your bowl. Notice the shapes of the food. Notice how color defines form. How the green curve of maybe a pea against a white plate delineates its roundness. Begin to open up your eyes to see. And having examined the food in its present form, envision the food in its original condition. In the bread, golden fields of wheat waving in the wind, mountain streams, eggs in a nest, black and white cow which offered the milk, the green peas nestled in paws on flowing vines, the dark earth, the rain, and always the sun, rice paddies, bean stalks, potatoes dug by strong hands from the ground. And if there's meat on the plate, see the animal from which it came, the cows in the field or the trucks shipped to market, the herds of docile sheep, the snorting swine, the silent fish. And then picture yourself gathering about the food, perhaps singing or chanting to the life about to be consumed. See yourself picking the asparagus or selecting the tomatoes from the plant or cutting the wheat or grain, the sorting of herbs or spices. And if there's meat, picture that animal Sing to her, praise him, send gratitude for the flesh offered. Whatever's on your plate, let yourself be a part of its becoming. This is an envisioning with the heart's eye of the food that's about to be consumed. So now, after honoring the origins of the food, focus on the environment that we're about to consume the food. The table, tablecloth, desk, design on the plate, levels of the salt and pepper shakers, or the slight curve of liquid as it adheres to the edges of a glass. And bless the food on the plate. Or the Hebrew blessing, if you have something with bread, you can do the hamotzi blessing. If it's a something that's grain-based but not bread, you can say Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei minei mezonot. If you have a fruit, blessed are you, God, who gives us borei pri ha'etz, the fruit of the tree, or vegetables as the fruit of the earth, borei pri adama. Or just, if the Hebrew's too much, just your own blessing for what it is. So notice how the fragrance of the food, if you can put the food up to your plate, the plate up to your nose. See if you can smell the different varieties in it. How the aroma of steaming peas smells differently from that of baked potato. For me, in this acai bowl, there's almond butter and the toastiness of granola and the berries that are inside. Fragrance is foreplay. We're learning how to smell. And observe how desire comes rapidly to the surface of maybe the smell or the memory or the anticipation of the eating. Inhale mindfully and exhale mindfully. Now reach for a utensil, a fork or a spoon or a spork, and notice the muscles in the arm that activate, the extensors, the contractors that are experiencing directly as they respond to the intention to pick up the fork, the knife, chopsticks. Honor the weight of the fork or the utensil in your hand. Feel its roughness, its smoothness, its coldness, its increasing warmth. Watch those sensations constantly changing. Contact directly the sensations that arise from the utensil that's felt in the hand. And now noticing the intention to pick up the fork and feeling the fork thoroughly in the hand and in the fingers. Attend to the muscles of the forearm and biceps as the fork arcs towards the plate. Notice your body at the table. Begin to feel the tip of the fork or the spoon angling for food and the slight change of weight as the food is raised from the plate. Sensations flowing from the plate towards the mouth. Investigate the cold of the fork as it touches the lips. Feel the jaw swing open to expose the oral cavity to the food. Notice what's around you. If there's birds you can hear outside in the trees. Feel the food now on the tongue. Put it on the tongue, direct sensation, and notice the intention of the mouth to close. Taste the food on the tongue. Honor its various textures and how they change with the chewing, the mastication. Notice the elements of sweetness or sourness, bitterness or spice that compromise each moment of tasting. Notice moment to moment the ever-changing quality of the flavor. Notice any automatic or mechanical quality in the chewing process. Slowing down, tasting thoroughly, tasting directly. Honor the mind's response to the food, and notice how automatically liking and disliking arises from bite to bite. How liking leads to longing, how longing energizes expectation, how expectation fears dissatisfaction, how that fear of less propels intention, how intention crafts response, how response becomes lost in reaction, how reacting we act in the same old way. And see how this presence of attention stops the conspiracy. Honoring this ancient momentum, we don't meet it with judgment, but with mercy and respect. Watch the chain of events in the mind as a passing show. Observe desire's relationship to food, the drive towards gratification, the leaning towards more. Observe directly the mind. Learn to think and learn to feel. And in each mouthful, opportunities for the sacred, to taste the alive divine presence through the food, the essence that cannot be described, that oil, that divine oil, that presence in everything. And in the heart, feel gratitude for the way that God nourishes God through the food, through us, that we have the privilege to be part of this sacred process of eating and nourishment. With each bite, I invite you to always put down your utensil and spend the time just chewing and absorbing and noticing and receiving the divine presence through the food. And then only when you've completely finished chewing and swallowing to pick up for the next bite. Notice if there's any desire to speed up, to get to the end, and instead stay present moment with moment for each bite, each explosion of flavor. I'm going to take about 5 more minutes to eat. If you are not finished yet, do not feel the need to hurry up and finish. Just let wherever you're at be just fine when the 5 minutes is up, and you can just put it aside. If you are finished eating, I invite you to just close your eyes and feel the fullness, the process of digesting, continuing to open up to the symphony, to everything in your field of awareness being part of that symphony, an instrument of divine expression. Sense the aliveness, the energy that is vibrating through everything. Okay. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. I hope that that was an experience of divine nourishment, and that has the potential to be our experience every time we eat, if we are able to and willing and choosing to take the moment to offer the bracha, to offer the blessing, and be consciously engaging in an act of divine nourishment and of opening to the one through the eating. Chaya really beautifully talked about how the blessing is always in the curse, the healing is already in the sickness, the light is already in the dark, and the question is are we aware of the God presence in whatever it is that we're experiencing? And this is what we're gonna spend a little time with before our afternoon practice, because just like it happens in life, it also happens in meditation. And part of this, as we are starting to open to the reality that everything in life is all an expression of the one, then we start to begin to notice that it's really only about the perspective that we are bringing to it that also decides what its outcome is going to be. So one of the teaching that she shared with us is a really core teaching of Kabbalah, which is that as we've been talking about these divine energies, whether they're being expressed through the letters, or we talk about the Sefirot, to talk about reality as being this culmination of divine energies, that every bit of these energies has both a contracted aspect of it and an expanded aspect. For instance, when we talk about the energy of chesed, now chesed gets translated as kindness or loving kindness, but the way that Kabbalah really speaks about chesed is that kind of, it's a little bit more neutral. We think about chesed or loving kindness as this very positive thing. And Kabbalah likes to articulate chesed as just that ever outflow of energy, just unconditional, overflowing, just outflow of energy, that desire to join, that desire to merge. And that we know that filling, that spilling, that unconditionalness can sometimes be too much for a situation. If we don't have boundaries with our children, if it's all about what can I do for you and that's all that there is, then we don't do them a service. So chesed itself is just this outflowing of energy. When we experience chesed in a contracted state, as the Hasidic masters call mochin dikatnut, small mind, which means that we are interacting with that energy of chesed from the ego, from the place of seeing and experiencing ourselves as separate, then the way that we experience chesed is lust, right? Lust, whether it's lust for food, for a person, for a position of power, whatever the lust is, the way, whatever the desire that it's being expressed, that is an expression of chesed. Lust is an expression of chesed in a very contracted form. One that is, because I'm not seeing the whole, I'm not experiencing myself as part of, I am focused on this object as the object of my chesed. If I were to recognize, as she was putting it in the words between exile and redemption, Gola and Geula, the only difference is the Aleph. If I were to see the Aleph in a moment of lust, of whatever I'm lusting for, if I'm being able to recognize that that energy is not, it's not really about the object, but it's about that energy of connection, then suddenly it has the ability to, my mind and my heart can expand to something called mochin dikalut, or expanded awareness. And now the chesed becomes love. It shifts from lust to love. It becomes something that doesn't want to take or possess, but something that wants to give and wants to share. And it's like that for all of the divine attributes, whether you're talking about fear or compassion or creativity. So that's kind of the basis that I want to look at for studying this piece from Rabbi Nachman of Bratslav. Let's see here. I think this will do it. Okay, so for those of you who have been on past retreats, you're probably familiar with this text. It's one of my favorites. If we have only one text to look at obstacles, how do we deal with obstacles? I love this piece from Rabbi Nachman on hindrances. And he takes his midrash from the part in Exodus that's at Mount Sinai. So the people remained at a distance while Moses approached the thick cloud where God was. So what he says, if one spends one's entire life in materiality and later on gets enthusiastic and wants to follow God's path, then the quality of judgment argues against that person and doesn't allow him to follow in God's ways and creates a hindrance for him. Okay, so this is another way of saying this is, if our habitual way of being in the world is to be one that's more focused on materiality, on interacting with the surface of things, not by any fault of ourselves, just by our habit, and then we suddenly want to come deeper. You know, if we don't practice meditation regularly at all, and all of a sudden we want to come to this retreat and start to pay attention in a deeper way, then we're going to experience an obstacle. Okay, it's an obstacle because what we're doing is we are challenging what we're comfortable with. We're challenging our perception of reality that we're comfortable with by trying to reach beyond ourselves to God. But then Rabbi Nachman continues, but God desires kindness and leniency and hides God's self, as it were, in that hindrance. Okay, so what's actually happening, he has a wonderful way of phrasing it, is whatever obstacle that we are experiencing, it's not an aspect of God's judgment that says, hey, you haven't been looking very deeply throughout your life, and so now I'm going to make it hard for you once you do. It's almost as if God is saying, I know that this is going to be hard for you to switch gears, to look deeper, to open up to who you are in a deeper sense. And so it's going to be inevitable that you're going to experience an obstacle. So what I'll do is I will hide myself in that obstacle. I will make myself available to you within that obstacle. So he goes on and says, and one who is aware looks at the hindrance and finds there the creator. As it says in the Jerusalem Talmud, if someone says to you, where is your God? You shall say to that person, in the great city of Aram, as it says, God called to me from Seir. I'm not going to take the time to explain this reference. It's a little bit of a sidetrack, but the bottom line right here is that if we're aware, if you are able to be present with whatever the obstacle or the hindrance is in the way that we have been practicing, which is that it's just part of the divine symphony. It's just another expression of God unfolding itself, whether we're experiencing that obstacle through restlessness, through tension that we're becoming aware of in our body, whether it's through our minds really, saying, maybe it's voices of doubt, what the heck are you doing, trying to meditate in this way. And so, but yet, if you're aware, you find the creator. And one who is not aware, when one sees the hindrance, immediately moves away from it. The hindrance is like a thick cloud. For a thick cloud is dark and a hindrance is dark. The word darkness and hindrance, or that which holds back, shares the same Hebrew letters, chet, shin, and kaf. As it is written, you have not withheld your son. This is the meaning of the verse, so the people remained at a distance, which means, according to Rabbi Nachman, when they see the thick cloud, namely the hindrance, they remain at a distance. But Moses, who represents the quality of awareness for all of Israel, approached the thick cloud where God was. Namely, he approached the hindrance where the blessed God is actually hidden, right? So instead of going away from it because it's not comfortable, because it's scary, we approach it, we move towards it. We heard more of this teaching directly from the Holy Rebbe Nachman, that God actually hides God's self in the hindrance. Scripture says God loves justice and God loves Israel. But the love with which God loves Israel is greater than the love with which God loves justice. And when we say justice, we're talking about judgment in this sense. We're talking about the fact of, if it's not justice as we're talking about justice for all people and all of that. We're talking about judgment as in, if I do X, then I deserve as a consequence Y. If I've spent all of this time not meditating, not really putting my focus on God, being really just absorbed in myself and the affairs of the world, then it's going to be natural that I'm going to experience the consequences of that, that I'm not going to feel those connections. When I try to reach out, I'm going to have those hindrances. That's what we mean by justice or judgment here. And yet, it's saying that God's love is greater than that judgment, is greater than that consequence. Thus, when the quality of judgment argues against one who is not really worthy of coming close to God because God loves justice, God is compelled, as it were, to agree to the arising of hindrances on the path. These hindrances are indeed the result of that person's evil deeds. After all, God cannot ignore just consequences since God loves justice. But because God loves Israel even more than God loves justice, what does God do? God is forced to agree to the hindrances for the sake of justice. However, despite this, the truest truth is that God wants that person to be able to draw close to God. The truest truth is that God wants us to become aware of God. So God gives permission to place the hindrances in the way, but God hides God's self in the hindrances. One who is aware, more mindful, can find God in the midst of the hindrances themselves. And there are not really any hindrances in the world at all, because in the hindrances themselves is found the Holy One. They only appear to be hindrances, right? They only appear in the moment from our current consciousness. Through the hindrances themselves, in fact, one might draw closer to God, because that is where God is hidden. And this is the meaning of Moses approached the thick cloud. That is the hindrance, for that is where God was. So let's practice this a little bit. Go ahead and settle in again to your chair. We'll bring the nigun back and then move into some silence. Ya da 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 da, ya da 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 da, I da da da, ya da da da, I da da da, ya da da. Nine, 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 nine. Nine, 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 nine. Nine, 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 nine. Nine, 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 nine. Yai nai nai, I nai nai, I nai nai nai. Yai nai nai, nai 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 nai. Yai nai nai, I nai nai. Yananai, yananai. Yananai, yananai, yananai. Yananai, nai, 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 nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yana nai nai nai. Yana nai 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 nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yai nai nai yai nai 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 nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yai nai nai. Yai nai nai nai. Yai nai nai yai nai nai yai nai nai nai. Yai nai nai yai nai nai nai. Yai nai nai yai nai nai. Yai nai nai. Yan nan 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 nai 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 nai. Yan nan nai 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 nai. Yan nan nai nai nai. Yan nan nai nai nai. Yan nan nai 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 nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yai nai nai yan nan nai 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 nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yai nai nai yai nai nai. So come back again to that movement of breath, that awareness of body, feeling your body in space, noticing the inhale as it enters your nostrils or your mouth, the expansion of body with the inhale, the contraction with the exhale, and being aware of your whole body breathing, aware of the air as it touches your face, the sounds around you, the symphony. If you need to connect in with the phrase, it is perfect, it is whole, as a way of choosing to be fully present here, letting your desire guide your intention to be open and notice. Let your heart open, not only welcoming everything that arises in our moment-to-moment experience, but embracing, arms reached out, saying yes. Yes to it all. That everything in our moment-to-moment experience is filled with aliveness, divine energy, presence. Everything is filled with the oil of that presence, saturated with. Even the very looking, the very noticing that we are doing. Let your attention reflect on who is noticing this symphony. And can I open to the Holy One there too? With full embrace, with full heart, with full yes. And if there arises in our awareness anything uncomfortable, whether that's physical sensations or thoughts, or anything that pulls us to say no and push away, to invite the possibility that God is cloaked in that hindrance, is cloaked in that obstacle. And instead of pushing away, we say yes and we open up and give our full attention. Let it be part of the symphony. Always aware of the breath at the heart. Take a few deep breaths. We are about to begin the last third of the retreat for today. And this last third is both an incredible opportunity and a challenge, right? It's a challenge in that, especially after lunchtime, this is where we can get a little fatigued, a little bit like it's time to take a nap. And it's easy to kind of say to ourselves and feel like, all right, all of that was really nice. Now I'm gonna get on to something else. That's the challenge, because the opportunity is that the effect of the retreat is cumulative, right? That everything from 10 o'clock that we've been doing has been about deepening our awareness and our presence free of the distractions of the outside, so that all we're having to deal with is the distractions that are inside. And we've consistently, through teachings and sitting and moving, been allowing our attention to go into deeper aspects of ourselves. So this last third, the opportunity is that we have the opportunity to be present to dimensions of ourselves that we have not, and of reality that we have not had that opportunity for before. So this is where we kind of fortify ourselves and bring some strength, and we'll do that through some movement. So the rest of the day looks like, and we're going to do some walking meditation right now to be able to move our body and be able to practice in a way that is energizing. We'll have one final sit, and that final sit will be really has a potential to be one of the deepest moments of the retreat. And then we'll get to really enjoy this kind of deeper awareness as it comes to our body through doing some yoga. And we have 2 tracks for yoga with Ilana. One is going to be a live track where she'll be leading us live. And if you're fairly able-bodied, then you'll do just fine with that. It'll be a gentle yoga. But if you have more challenges in your body, the other option is I'm going to put a link in the chat, which will be to a chair yoga video that Ilana made, so that you can do kind of stretching and awareness meditation in your chair in a way that's very gentle. So you can also choose to do that at the time. And then finally, at 3:30, we'll open up the chat and our discussion and be able to come together with questions, answers, discussion before we close at 4. So that's where we're at. So I want to encourage everybody right now to stand up, move to a standing position, give a little stretch. And I think, one of the things that's nice about this walking meditation is that it's a real bridge between this act of sitting meditation that we do and the rest of our lives. Because really, if you've noticed, we become what we practice. I feel like if I got to have a book of aphorisms, that would be one of them. We become what we practice. So the more that we practice in meditation, being open to everything, being able to embrace it, being able to meet difficulties with presence and open-heartedness, the more we practice that, the more that starts to show up in our everyday life. The more that when we experience darkness or tough times in our everyday life, we're less reactive. We've really exercised this muscle of going into the hindrance. So we open to it. We have a little piece in us that knows God is in this moment, and I can be here for it. If I'm with people or noticing, I'm going to enjoy people so much more because I'm going to see their godly presence, because I'm bringing this quality of open-heartedness, of being aware to my everyday life. So as we're walking, we get to practice these same things. So walking is kind of like, now we're moving into action in the world, and we're going to start to do that. So I'm going to give the instructions here, and then your invitation is to, you can choose to walk in your space, inside your room, and you can pick a small space of going back and forth, because it's really just about the quality of movement and awareness in the movement as we move back and forth. But you also can go outside. I'm not going to be giving instructions as we're going through this, so that if you want to be outside in a backyard or in a front yard and be able to just feel everything, the wind, the sun, all of that as you're practicing this awareness, you can go outside. The only thing that I ask is that if you leave the space that you're in here, that you set either a timer or an alarm on a watch or something that will allow you, if you go out of the room to walk and practice, to know when to come back, because we're going to start our sitting meditation at 2:30. So that's about 24 minutes from now. And I really, if you don't set your alarm or timer or something like that on a watch, it's very easy to constantly be looking at the watch as you're doing the walking meditation. Is it time up yet? Is it time up yet? And hard to really get into it if you're so consciously aware of the time. One of the things we want to do is let time dissolve, let time slip away in the present moment. So this is the practice. I take this from the line in Genesis that says, Noah walked with God. Noah walked with God. What is it like to walk with God? What is it like to move with God? What is it like to try to take a step as we would imagine that God takes a step? Right? That's a hard one to do, but if everything is all in God, if God takes a step, maybe my step is filled with both a gentleness, an awareness, a firmness, a sense of connection. Each step wants to embody, I want each step to embody that, what it means to walk with God, to walk as if God walks. So that's the overall piece in that. And as you're doing that, you can really, I can invite you to really be aware of, as you lift each foot. So I'm lifting my right foot to step, and I'm aware of, I'm conscious of the actual lifting of my right foot. I'm aware of the weight that goes onto my left foot as I lift my right foot to move. I'm aware of the moving of the right foot from the back to the front, and the placing and shifting of weight onto the ground as I go ahead and then shift my weight back onto the right foot. And I'm aware of my left foot lifting and coming up, moving, and then placing down, so that really each part of that, the process of moving, of shifting weight, kind of like how Chaim had us doing that, moving back and forth in the Qigong this morning, as we were very aware of that shifting of weight going backwards and forward. I'm aware of that as I'm walking. And that's kind of and I'm aware of my breath as I'm walking. So I'm conscious of breath, I'm conscious of my body, I'm conscious of my feet moving, and I'm conscious of the sensation around me, of the air and all of that. That same divine symphony that we are practicing with in the sitting meditation, I'm opening to in my walking meditation. There is that extra dimension of needing to actually move, but that's part of the meditation. And the whole overall sense of it is, I'm walking with God. So I'm walking with God. I'm walking with that awareness. I'm walking with that presence. Okay. So enjoy. And I would say, again, the best way to do it is whether you're outside or inside, pick a track that you're going to walk back and forward on. So it's not just that you're walking every which way, but just something so you don't have to worry about making choices about direction and where you're going to go. Whatever you set out for yourself, just do that track so you can just focus on the movement of step. And I'll see you all back here at 2:30. Okay. Everybody who's here, we're beginning our last meditation of the day, sitting meditation of the day, and we're gonna do again the Baal Shem Tov's Nigun, and I really want to encourage everybody to really try on this Nigun, to give all your koach, give all your strength to this. It's been very intentional to repeat this Nigun many times throughout the day, because it's one of the most powerful and deep ones that I think we have in our tradition. So want everybody to get the full benefit of it. So we'll find a comfortable place to sit, and please join me. And there's a line that goes along with this Nigun, Shviti Adonai Lenegdik Tamid. I place the divine presence before me always. Shviti Adonai Lenegdik Tamid. Lenegdik Tamid. Shviti Adonai Lenegdik Tamid. Lenegdik Tamid. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Yai dai 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 dai. Yai dai dai ai dai dai. Ai dai 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 dai. Yai dai 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 dai. Yai dai dai dai. Yai dai dai. Ay, dai, da, dai, dai. Yai, dai, dai, yai, dai, dai. Yai, dai, 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 dai. I want to hear you. Yai, dai, 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 dai. Yai, dai, dai, yai, dai, dai, yai, dai, dai, dai. Yai, dai, 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 dai. Yai, dai, dai, yai, dai, dai. Yai, dai, 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 dai. Yai, dai, dai, yai, dai, dai, yai, dai, dai, dai. Yai, dai, 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 dai. Yai, nai, nai, yai, nai, nai. Yananai, yananai. Yananai, yananai, yananai. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, nay, nay, an, nan, nay, nay, nan, nan, nay. Ay, nay, 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 nay. Yai na nai ai nai nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yai nai nai an nan nai nai nan nan nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yan nai 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 nai. Yan nai nai yan nai nai. Yan nai nai yan nai nai yan nai nai. Yan nai 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 nai. Yan nai 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 nai. Yan nai 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 nai, yan nai 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 nai, yan nai 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 nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yan nai nai yan nai nai yai nai nai nai. Yai nai 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 nai. Yai nai nai yai nai nai. Open to the moment. The movement of breath, the expansion of the body, contraction of the body, the distance between the bottom of your feet to the top of your head. Everything in the body filled with alive presence, filled with the one intelligence, the infinite intelligence through every cell. Each breath, each inhale, each exhale, a gateway to the infinite. No time, just this moment. Expanding your awareness to include everything outside, what we call ourself. Sounds, air. Everything filled with aliveness, with intelligence, with presence. No place empty of the one. The deeper we bring our attention to that aliveness, to the presence that infuses everything inside of ourselves, outside of ourselves, the more that this construct that we call ourself begins to dissolve, become more transparent, till all there is the presence. Our own awareness. That has been awake since we were born, maybe even before. This awake presence that has been with us as we sleep, as we wake up. There is always one who is watching our dream life, watching our waking life. Looking out from our eyes to the people around us. Witnessing. That's the presence, the compassionate presence that has space for everything. The one who watches does not make judgments or decisions just present. What we identify as our finite selves is what makes the choice of where we direct that awareness and where we don't. But this aliveness, this presence that is in every atom, every molecule, inside, outside, is the one who is here in each and every one of us and not defined or limited by each and every one of us. Let yourself just rest in this divine presence that fills everything. To open to embrace. You find your mind, your attention contracting onto a thought or a stream of thinking or images. As soon as you notice, expand your awareness, your attention to include the whole symphony, not pushing away any thoughts, but opening beyond them and opening to the divine within them. The story of the thoughts is not what's important, but the energy and presence behind them. That's what we're paying attention to. So at this point, we are very blessed to have Ilana Rogel-Wieder with us to share a little bit of movement and yoga, continuing to practice all of this, the openness, the divine presence, as Ilana will lead us in yoga. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording here.